Welcome to my self-important Magic the Gathering show. As promised, here is Secrets of Strixhaven, and that is the wrong window. Uh, I've played a bit more with the cards from this set, and honestly, the stars of the show are not any of the legends. I think, like a lot of the non-legends are really fun and cool. Like basically, even if they're not quote unquote good, all of the prepared creatures. Oh, excuse me. Those are all fun. They're great. I like each and every one of them. Anyway, I didn't think I was gonna make this deck, and then I went ahead and made this deck. I put all 100 cards in it already. I did not go much further into any of the other decks other than adding the lands. And yep, I just added lands. Didn't really do anything since last week. So, honestly, you can put any of the Golgari legends in this spot. I did Blech just so that'd be the one on the thumbnail. So, Blech, Loafing Pest. Wow, we really do power creep. A 3/4 for 3. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on each pest, bat, insect, snake, and spider you control. Okay. Uh, and then, of course, I put Ozolith here to retain those counters if it gets out and things die. Then we have Agatha's Soul Cauldron, which I think is good. You may spend mana as though were mana of any color to activate abilities of creatures you control. Creatures you control with +1/+1 counters on them have all activated abilities of all creature cards exiled with Agatha's Soul Cauldron. And then tap, exile target card from a graveyard. When a creature card is exiled this way, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. So graveyard hate plus giving our creatures activated abilities of stuff we got rid of. We are going to... there we go. Counting Blech, there are 8 pests, or 8 creatures with the pest creature type in this game, and we're going to go over all of them, and they're all staying in because why not? Signal Pest, a 0/1 for 1. It has Battle Cry. When this creature attacks, other attacking creatures get +1/+0 until end of turn. And Signal Pest can't be blocked except by creatures with flying or reach. Not great, don't care. It's a pest. That's funny. Teacher's Pest. This is actually from Secrets of Strixhaven. A 1/1 for 2 with Menace. So yeah, it is kind of menacing. And then of course it is an actual with Witherbloom Pest. So when it dies, you gain a life. And then for its same mana cost, you can return it from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. So that's cool. Then the first Witherbloom Pest legend, Blex. Other pests, bats, insects, snakes, and spiders you control get +1/+1. So Anthem. I guess they call that a lord when it's on a creature. And then when it dies, we get 4 life instead of 1 because he's a super pest. And then the backside doesn't matter, but look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may put any number of them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. You lose 3 life for each card put in your hand this way. We're never doing that. Gorma the Gullet. 3 mana for a 1/1, geez. And this, again, this is another legendary pest. So this one, or Blex, or Blech could be your commander. Whenever another creature dies, put a +1/+1 counter on Gorma. Non-token creatures you control enter with an additional +1/+1 counter on them for each creature that died under your control this turn. Overgrown Pest. This is from March of the Machines. When Overgrown Pest enters the battlefield, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a land or double-faced card from among them and put that card into your hand. The rest of the bottom of your library in random order. So, at this point, it can get lands or blacks. Because he's a double-faced card. Pest Mascot. Whenever you gain life, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. So, a lesser version of Blech. Shopkeeper's Bane. Whenever this creature attacks, you gain 2 life. It's a Badger Pest. So yeah, all of those are staying in. Now we're going to look for a bunch of other cards that are probably not staying in, but I wanted to show them off. This needs to move. There we go. So send in the Pest. It's a 2-mana sorcery where each opponent discards a card. We don't like making our opponents discard. But it makes a Pest token, so that's why it was in here. It's going to go into the sideboard. Oh, if that's where they're going to put the sideboard, then we'll just say maybe board. There we go. So now we can go, yeah, no. So in the draw section, has another one. It's technically worse than sending the Pest. It's Hunt for Specimens, because it's actually better. Better for us, because learn. You can either reveal a lesson card you own from outside of the game, which you can't do in Commander, or you discard a card to draw a card. So that doesn't mess with our opponents in ways that I don't like. But it also creates a Pest. It's not good enough, so it's leaving the deck. Oh, excuse me. Essence Knit Scholar. Black, green, and they need either black or green for a 3/1. When this creature enters, you get a Pest. You know, the black, green 1/1s that when they die, you gain a life. At the beginning of your end step, if a creature died under your control this turn, draw a card. That can stay. Nothing else there makes Pest. Okay, both of our graveyard pieces that are specifically graveyard hate. I know this is graveyard hate, but it has more to do with counters, so that's why it went over here. So we have, we're just going to click on this. We have Valentin, Dean of the Vein, Menace and Lifelink, 1/1 for 1. If a not, who could also theoretically be our commander if we wanted it, because it has a backside that doesn't matter. Oh, this is another card that other card can search for. That's not a land. If a non-token creature an opponent control would die, exile it instead. Sweet. That's graveyard hate because those creatures don't go to the graveyard. They go away permanently. When you do, you may pay 2 generic mana. If you do, we get a Pest. That can stay. The backside, just for the record, whenever you gain life, you may pay 1. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. And those creatures gain trample until end of turn. So theoretically, if it's earlier in the game where we have mana, Dean of the Vein. If we draw this late, maybe Lizette, Dean of the Root. And then the other card, Pestilent Cauldron. Tap, discard a card, create a Pest. Each opponent mills a card equal to the amount of life you gain this turn. Or exile 4 cards from a single graveyard to draw a card. I don't know if I want to discard cards to make Pests. So we'll put that over there. 37 lands. I know we have this big section called Makes Pests, but we're going to that section last. I'm just seeing where my other pest making cards are. Containment Breach, it's a lesson, so that's why, and it's a sorcery, and it's 3 mana to destroy target artifact or enchantment. If its mana value is 2 or less, you get a pest. That is not good enough. So it goes over here. It's, instead of being deleted completely, they're going in the maybe board just to kind of as a, look, I know these cards exist, but they're not good enough for the deck. Unless you want to power down your deck to awful. Oh, boy. 3 mana for a 2/1 with flying. When Mozio, Vane's new Dean. So this replaces Valentin. Valentin? Is that his name? Valentin. Really, not Valentine, Valentin. Okay. When this guy enters, we get a pest. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained life this turn, return up to 1 target creature card with mana value X or less from the graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. That... I don't think we're gaining life in big bursts. So I'm going to put him in the maybe board. And then we have Cauldron of Essence. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent loses life and you gain a life. Sacrifice a creature, return target creature card from the graveyard to the battlefield, activate only as a sorcery. Okay, this has nothing to do with pests. I just saw what said it was from and decided to read it. That can stay because we can sacrifice pests to get back important things. Beladros Witherbloom. He makes us a pest on each upkeep. That's us and our opponents. It's a flying 4/4 for 7, which isn't that great. But we get those pests, so we have a steady supply of pests. This could also be the commander if we want it to be, but I wouldn't. But also we can pay 10 life to untap all of our lands. Activates only once each turn. That is why it's under ramp question mark, because like it costs 7, so it's not ramping you. But you know, you can pay, hopefully you've gained a bunch of life and can use that ability. Anything in the actual ramp section? No. And then nothing in the token section. I'm just looking at stuff that makes pests. So let's go to the make pests section. As an additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice a creature. You make X pests, where X is the sacrifice creature's power. We'll keep that in. I do like that. It's a burst of pests as long as we have something big to sacrifice. Like, say we have a regular, like, a pest token that... Sorry, that's my back scratcher that I keep setting down. Like, if we have a regular pest token that has a bunch of counters on it, we can sacrifice that to make more pests. Blight Mound. Attacking pests you control get +1/+0 and have menace. Whenever a non-creature token you control dies, you get a pest. Okay. Callous Blood Mage. It either makes a pest, or we draw a card and lose life, or we exile someone's graveyard. That's fine. All of that is fine things that it can do. It's a 2/1 for 3 that can either draw us a card, exile a graveyard, or make a 1/1. I'm fine with all of that. It's not great, but it's not terrible enough that I'd remove it. Feral Appetite. 2 and a green for an enchantment. Attacking pests you control get +1/+0 and have Death Touch. I like that. Then you can pay 1 and a green to exile a card from a graveyard. If a creature card is exiled this way, create a pest. Okay. That I can honestly move into Graveyard Hate because, yeah. That just literally just makes pests. That literally just makes pests. Nuisance Engine. I don't care. This card is funny. Although it costs 3 to bring out. And you pay 2 to make a pest. Pay 2 and tap it. That is not good enough. But man, does that thing make me funny. Or that thing make me laugh. Pest Rescuer. At the beginning of each upkeep, if you don't control a pest, you get a pest. Boy, that is like everything went wrong kind of thing. I don't think that might not actually be good enough. But it says whenever you gain a life, you gain that much life plus 1 instead. That might rescue it. We'll leave it in the deck for now. Pest Summoning gets us 2 pests for 3. And it's a lesson. We're just going to put that in the maybe board. Sedgemoor Witch, we get a pest whenever we cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell. That's fine. I'm a big fan of the Sedgemoor Witch, but back when this was in Standard, I used it a lot. Because that was also back when I played Standard. What do you do? At the beginning of each instep, if you gain life this turn, this creature becomes prepared. Sweet. Too bad its spell is a sorcery, but for each opponent you get a pest. Oh, you know what? That's cool. That was there. Okay. Lewin, the exchange student. They enter prepared. Okay. And their spell is a sorcery that creates a pest. Exile a creature card from your graveyard to make them prepared again. That's probably never going to happen. But, for 5 mana, you get a 3/4 and a 1/1. You know, I'm fine with them. Pestbound Sloth. Good in limited, I hear. But it dies, you get 2 pests. I don't think that might not be good enough. That did not successfully move, did it? No, it did not. There we go. Professor of Zoomancy gets us a pest when it enters. Not good enough. Because remember, our thing doesn't just affect pests, but also bats, insects, snakes, and spiders, so we have room to put other creature types in here. Rib Truss Roaster. It has Devour 1. When this creature enters, you may sacrifice any number of creatures. This creature enters with a number of +1/+1 counters equal to the number of creatures that you have sacrificed. At the beginning of your end step, create a number of 1/1 pests equal to the counters on this creature. Okay. No, I like that. So if you've created a lot of tokens, or even if you've just created, even if you've sacrificed 1 creature to this, that's still fine, I feel. Although, at 5 mana, maybe devour 2 or 3 things, if you can. So, yeah, okay. That's all the pests and pest-relevant stuff that I don't think I left anything out, no matter how bad it was. And how many... Yeah, a lot of these things were legendary. I just felt Blech was the best one to put in front. So what else do we have? We have Arachnogenesis, since this is a single card in this section. Create X 1/2 green spider creature tokens with reach, where X is the number of creatures attacking you. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn by non-spider creatures. So that's cool. We managed to keep 5 pieces of Mass Disruption. Oh, there's another pest maker. Pest Infestation. Destroy up to X target artifacts and or enchantments, and then you twice X pests. Nylea's Intervention, where we can either tutor a bunch of lands or deal twice that much damage to each creature with flying. Immoral Bargain. As an additional cost to cast a spell, sacrifice X creatures. Destroy X target non-land permanents. I like that. If we're sitting on a bunch of pests for some reason, we can sacrifice them to destroy non-land permanents. I like that. Silklash Spider. That's half of Nylea's intervention that deals damage to creatures with flying half on a creature. Although it's not twice X, it's single X, but still. And we only have one flying creature, and that is Beladros Witherbloom down there. Windgrace's Judgment. For any number of opponents, destroy target non-land permanent they control. So that's cool. We could have one more Mass Disruption piece if we wanted. 7 pieces targeted removal. I think we can, now that we've taken stuff out, we can increase that number. So one more piece of Mass Disruption if we can find something good. And like what, 3 to 5 pieces of targeted removal? Which would still leave us with 3 cards of any other type for our so-called game plan. Like, but targeted removal, we have Assassin's Trophy. Destroy non-land permanent, they get to pull basic from land from their deck. Tear Asunder, either exile an artifact or enchantment, or you can pay an extra 2 to make it any non-land permanent. Beast Within, non-land, any permanent, but they get a 3/3 beast. Atomize. Oh, Atomize has Proliferate. I forgot about that. Destroy target non-land permanent, Proliferate. Binding of the Old Gods, destroy non-land permanent, but it's at sorcery speed because it's a saga. But then you can also get a forest, and then on the next turn and the turn after that, all your creatures gain Death Touch until end of turn. Drag to the Roots. Cost 2 less if you have at least 4 different card types in cards in your graveyard. Destroys non-land permanent. And then Mortality Spear, which costs 2 less if you've gained life this turn. Destroy non-land permanent. I decided to go with all non-land permanent stuff, except for the one that actually destroys land permanents. Because I'm like, we're in these colors, we may as well do that. And then the rest of my recursion, you might remember Palisade from when I used to put it in, when I was putting it in a lot of decks. You choose Cons, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Or Dragons, at the beginning of your upkeep, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Both of those things are good in this deck. Virtual Persistence has a mildly subpar, in my opinion, sorcery speed removal spell. 1 in a black, target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn and you gain 2 life. Though the gaining 2 life, relevant in this deck with our commander. But then also, at the beginning of our upkeep, put a target creature card from a graveyard into the battlefield under our control. Let's see. Oh, we only have 9 pieces of ramp, but considering the rest of our... Well, it's because we have 1 ramp question mark. But we could put 1 more ramp piece if we wanted, but this is all land-based ramp. You might recognize Farseek, Into the North, Nature's Lore, Rampant Growth, Sakura Tribe Elder. Shared Roots is the lesson version from Avatar. Rampant Growth, Sakura Tribe Elder, and Shared Roots all grab basic lands. Nature's Lore and 3 Visits grabs forests. They don't have to be basic. Farseek grabs non-forests. They don't have to be basic. Emergence Sequence gets basic lands, but it turns it into a fractal. With +1/+1 counters equal to the number of lands you had to come into play this turn. Borrowing a little bit from Quandrix for this deck. And then White of the Reliquary is a 2/2 for 2 with Vigilance. This creature gets +1/+1 for each creature in your graveyard. That may or may not ever matter. The good part is tap, sacrifice another creature, search your library for a land card, put into the battlefield, tap, and shuffle. Turning pests into lands. Then we already went over the pests. The tokens. Arrest of the Endless Web creates 1/2 spiders with reach whenever an opponent casts an instant or sorcery spell. Iridescent Horned Beetle creates 1/1 insects equal to the number of +1/+1 counters we've put on stuff on our turn. Living Hive, when it deals combat damage to a player, you create that many insects. It has it's a 6/6 trample for 8, not the best thing in the world, but hey, you know what? I like it. And you know, it'll make us a bunch of garbage 1/1s, which we want. Let's see now. Did I miss any section? Well, I mean, our lands. This is a whole lot of the usual suspects that I didn't even bother to make fancy. Oh, the rest of our draw, I guess. Skull Clamp, because pests and those insects are 1/1s as long as we haven't gained any life. So, you know, you just got to remember the sequence. Black Market Connections, which can make us treasure for 1 life, draw a card for 2 life, or make a pest, insect, spider, bat, you know, all of the things, because it's a shapeshifter with Changeling for 3 life on our upkeep. Phyrexian Arena and Underworld Connection. One draws a card and pings us on our upkeep. One draws us a card and pings us when we feel like it. But it also technically costs 1 mana on the Underworld Connections because it's an enchant land. I did not put the land in my deck that regenerates insects and stuff because I thought that was silly. So we are at 91 because I removed 9 cards. Let's pretend and just go right to EDH Rec. And actually, wait, let's close this really quick. Let's go to type. We have 22 creature cards in this deck. We can put in some more. So let's start with creatures. So will this let us do this? Yes. When this creature, another creature you control enters, you gain a life. They want the Green Soul Sisters, which are the Essence Wardens. Haywire Mite, it's an insect. When this creature enters, you gain 2 life. Okay. And it's an insect. Sacrifice this creature to exile non-creature artifact or non-creature enchantment. Okay. Hold on, I'm hydrating a bit. Let's see about going up to 25 creatures. This is also a piece of removal. Targeted removal. Whoops, I pressed that. Let's put that in the deck. I like that. More so, wasn't a fan. Oh, it's a snake. Attacking creatures control of Death Touch. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Yeah. Creatures control with a +1/+1 counter of trample. I'm actually going to dodge all of that because that's a slippery slope to my OCD of wanting to put all of them in. I don't think I have anything that modifies modified, do I? In this one. Twitching to all. Oh, right. It's a. Oh, actually, you know what? I like that because we can sacrifice to make a bunch of spiders. and that's a piece of ramp. I normally don't do mana dorks that cost more than one, but yeah, no. It's also removal bait, because like it's a thing that could someday be a problem. What does Winding Constrictor do? If one or more counters will be put on an artifact or creature you control, oh, that's positive and negative counters. And it's also the same for us. Whenever a land enters, you gain a life. No, we're not doing that. Scoot Swarm. We're not doing that. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain a life. We're kind of dodging that stuff too, in case you didn't notice. Nope, we're not doing Aristocrat Drain. Whenever you create or sacrifice a token, each opponent loses a life. That's cool and all, but it is a bat. I don't know how many tokens we're actually making. That's the thing. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses. Landfall. The various Dinas. Sacrifice another creature. Dina gets +X/+1 until end of turn. Oh, but that's not the important part. That's the important part is the blinking. Yep, and we're dodging Blood Artist. Prosperous Innkeeper. We get a treasure. Whenever creature control deals combat damage to a player, you gain a life. No. Oh, whenever a player sacrifices a non-token creature, we get an insect. Huh. That's interesting to think about. Whenever a player sacrifices another permanent, so not counting Mazarek because we are a player, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. I don't have a whole lot of sacrifice effects myself. Whenever this creature is dealt damage, we get that many insects. Nah. The new Dina, where you can sacrifice a creature to gain X life and put X/+1 counters on target you control, where this is where X is that creature's power. But you can whenever you sacrifice a creature, you draw a card once a turn. Whenever a creature controls a +1/+1 counter on it dies, you draw a card. When this creature attacks, you gain 2 life. Okay. Then creatures you control gain trample and XX until in turn where X is the amount of life you gain this turn. That's interesting. But it doesn't give them trample or anything, so... Add green or add a lot of green. That's... more landfall stuff. Ophiomancer if we control no snakes. I'm not sure about that one. Beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice. And you return up to 1 target creature occur from your graveyard to your hand. I do like that, but I'm going to keep looking. Oh, no, it goes back to the beginning. That was everything. I had to take a break, but I am back, and that is, I still go to the wrong window first when I do this. Do I want Ophiomancer? Let's double check our creatures. We're at 25. I'm fine. Okay, let's go to categories again. Let's find where things went. You went to removal, so you go into targeted disruption, which is down. Targeted removal, that's what I meant. So now we have 8 pieces of targeted removal. And then that went to card draw. Okay. Let's go back to top. Let's look at artifacts. It's probably going to have ramp artifacts that we don't need. Hey, another deck that I didn't feel the need to put Soul Ring in. Congratulations to me. Whip of Erebos. Is interesting, but it just gives all of our creatures lifelink. That is tempting, as is Bow of Nylea, because that gives all of our attacking creatures Death Touch. I think I'm going to skip like Greaves' Boots and all that, just to show my opponents I'm not scared of my commander dying. Enchantments. Whenever a creature you control dies, you gain a life and draw a card. That costs 5, not interested in that. We're not doubling our seasons, we're not doing any of that. When this enchantment enters, create a bunch of shapeshifters. And it also turns our creatures into mana dorks. That's mildly interesting. The shapeshifters have changeling, that's important to note. That's an interesting one. Comforting Counsel. Whenever you gain life, put a growth counter on this enchantment. And then when there's 5 creatures we control get +3/+3. That's not impressive. Bastion of Remembrance, Meat Hook Massacre. Nah. Instance, of course. Witherbloom Charm. You may sacrifice a permanent. If you do, draw 2 cards. If I was going to do that, I would just do Village Rites and the other ones. Village Rites and, was it Corrupted Conviction? Heroic Intervention to protect from board wipes. Oh yeah, Plumb the Forbidden to sacrifice creatures. Yeah, Plumb the Forbidden is great with pests. You know what? Let's throw in Infernal Grasp, lose 2 life, destroy a creature. Actually, no. Is there anything else from Blech that I like more than this? There's Bitter Triumph, where you sacrifice a creature or pay 3 life. I think I'm going to leave that the way that is. Second Harvest to double our tokens. I don't think we're going in that direction. Dina's Guidance to tutor a creature. Sorceries? Cultivate. I'm fine with my chosen ramp. Toxic Deluge. Victimize. Culling Ritual is interesting. Let's look at Planeswalkers. Yeah, no. Okay, so we only managed to put 3 cards in the deck. The funny thing is that we don't have anything like Idol of Oblivion, because the pest token making, like, look, we're making pests, but I don't know if we're making enough tokens. Do we have any good hits for 10 of the pests, other than if something has a lot of +1/+1 counters on it? If it was by toughness, this would be great. I'm trying very hard not to put Shieldred, the Whispering one, in this deck. And as you can tell, I did kind of look for insects and spiders. I looked for snakes, but I didn't originally think about putting the Frostfang in here, but I obviously changed my mind now. Nothing over here that I'm particularly interested in putting back in. Let's go over here and go set Secrets of Strixhaven and see if there's like anything from the newest set that would be cool. That's about casting instants and sorceries. That's Quandrix's mark. There's that idea. The last refuge of people who don't have ideas. And I did say I wasn't going to put more creatures in here, but I changed my mind. Let's look at changelings. Changeling Outcast. That is actually a good one, because if you get it out early and it gets a bunch of counters on it, it just trundles in for damage, because it can't be blocked. Yeah, that's obviously the best thing. Attacking creatures you control of Death Touch. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, or it deals 2 damage to target creature with flying, or we gain 3 life, or we put up to 4 target cards from our graveyard to the bottom of our library in any order. I like Bow of Nightlia. It only costs 3 to bring out. I think I'll put in the Whip of Erebos too, even though I am not as big of a fan of it. Though if we really need a creature from our graveyard and don't mind that it's never going to come back again, there is that second ability. Return target creature card from the graveyard to the battlefield. It gains haste. Exile at the beginning of the next end step. If it would leave the battlefield, exile instead of putting it anywhere else. It means you can't bounce it to your hand, for the record. So we'll do those two. So I think I just added, yep, I just added 3 things, so that's good. Evasion, that's appropriate. Counters, okay. And Whip of Erebos put itself over here. Yeah, that's fine. And it's also targeted removal for flying creatures, sort of. Bow of Nightlia and the Spider are actually a really good combo. Because we have this attack, then it gets Death Touch, and then we pay 2 green and 1 generic to kill everything with flying. We only have 1 flying creature, so, and honestly that would be a fine trade-off for Beledros Witherbloom. If we're being completely beaten in the sky. See if this does what I remember it does. It's going to recursion. Okay, that's discard a creature. You discard a creature card to return a creature card from your graveyard to your hand. That's not this deck, but that's definitely a card worth remembering. I am now looking through the stuff that says sacrifice a creature. But actually, but then also says return. Oh, and also is permanent. So we have the Cauldron of Essence. Good old Hell's Caretaker. It costs 4 though, and it's a 1/1. That is asking for trouble. Malevolent Awakening puts it into our hand. That's not where I want it. Oh, actually. I'm looking for things that say sacrifice a creature, draw a card. And then I'm also looking for the least expensive version of that. Priest of Forgotten Gods sacrifices 2 creatures. Any number of players lose 2 life and sacrifice a creature of their choice. We add 2 black and draw a card. That's pretty good. Because it costs no mana to do that. We just have to have 2 creatures to sacrifice. Thalad's Soothsayer is good because it's not a tap effect. And it doesn't care what mana you spend. It's 4 mana though. Oh, Vampiric Rites. 1 of black, sacrifice a creature, gain a life, draw a card. There we go. We'll put that in. It's an enchantment. Makes it slightly more difficult to remove than if it was a creature. It cares about one of the colors, but it is not a creature. And it's cheaper to bring into play. That was the important part. I am going to go back over here, because I maybe changed my mind about some things. I think I will put in... Where are you? The Ophiomancer. And this is just me giving up and wanting to move on, but we're putting in the Hornet Queen. Because for 7 mana, 3 of it being green, we get 5 bodies. And they all have flying and death touch, so that's cool. So there we go. That's this one. I'm just making sure of all of my sections. Yep, okay. Oh, did I do this already? Whoops, that is not it. Be over here. And I did not. So I just have to copy that link and copy this name. Okay, for what it's worth, I like this deck. Is it good? No, but my decks rarely are. So now, oof. I choose to go to one that has more cards in it. We'll go with this one. Primo the Unbound. So, as a refresher, Primo the Unbound says, it is X green green blue for a 0/0 Fractal Wolf with Trample. Primo enters with, twice X counters on it. Okay, that's good. Considering it's a base 3. So for 4 mana you get a 2/2 with Trample. Uh, 2/2 with Trample, 4/4 with Trample for 6. Or for 5. No, for 6. Oh wait, no, 3. So for 4 mana you get a 2/2. For 5 mana you get a 6/6, right? 2 2, 4, yeah. So you want to pay at least 5 for this, I feel. Whenever one or more creatures you control with base power 0 deal combat damage to a player, you get a fractal. And then the fractal comes in with +1/+1 counters equals to the damage. Cool. And then we have the Ozolith to hold on to counters. We have our 37 lands. Nev, the Practical Dean. Creatures you control with counters on them have trample. Okay. Whenever you cast your first spell with X in its mana cost each turn, put X +1 counters on Nev. Okay. That's fine. Then Best Zimone. Going to hydrate. I think I mentioned before that past Zimones were not Quandrix. They were Simic sleeper agents. Because they were drawing cards and putting lands into play. Adding water. Or adding flavoring to my next thing of water. The first spell you cast with X in its mana costs each turn costs 1 less to cast for each +1/+1 counter on Zimone. That's great. So you get it's basically free 1 mana. Whenever you cast your first spell with an X in its mana cost each turn, put 2 +1/+1 counters on Zimone. Okay. We like that. Emil, Vastlands Roamer. Creatures you control with +1/+1 counters on that have trample, and then you can pay 5 and tap to create a fractal, and it gets +1/+1 counters equal to the number of differently named lands you control, which hopefully could be 5, depending on how many of our basics we get into play. But you know. But we have more cards in this deck. So what do we have over here? Jadzi, Steward of Fate. She enters prepared. And then when she enters, you draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards. I don't like discarding cards, but you know how it is. But her prepared spell is a fractal. Where you create a fractal, but also puts... sorry, my nose. Put X +1/+1 counters on each fractal you control, so that's good. Oh, another good Zimone. At the beginning of your end step, if a land enters the battlefield under your control this turn, and you control a prime number of lands, create Primo the Indivisible, which is different from the other Primo, so they count as 2 different creatures. A 0/0 fractal with that many +1/+1 counters on it. So prime numbers, the ones that matter are 2, 3, 5, and maybe 7. I doubt 11 or 13 will matter, but there are more numbers beyond that, of course. There's more prime numbers after 31, of course, but I don't know if there's another prime number before we get to the maximum number of lands that you're probably going to have in a deck. I actually don't know. Hold on, I'm mixing the flavoring into my water to make sure it's saturated. Prime numbers after 31. So there's at least one more prime number in the number, and that would for me that would be every land in my deck being in play. For the record. Berta, Wise Extrapolator. Frog Druid. Increment. That means when you cast a spell, if the amount of mana you spent, which is good because that's for like X spells and commander attacks, is greater than this creature's power or toughness, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Neat. Whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on Berta, add 1 mana of any color. Also neat and maybe not entirely useful. And then we create a fractal for X and put X counters on it. So that's okay. So that section is all tokens. This section is ramp question mark. Modifies modified counters. Okay. So we are going to do this. We're going to go O. Oh, actually, I was right. Fractal. We're going to see what else cares about the existence of or making of fractals. Actually, before we look through this, are there any other fractal creatures? There's a non-zero number of other fractals. Well, let's look through them. So we have X's Fractal Bloom. I should have remembered this. 6 mana for a 4/4. That the first time you create one or more tokens during each of your turns, you may instead choose a creature other than X's Fractal Bloom and create that many tokens that are copies of that creature. That is interesting. We're going to put it... Whoops. We're going to put it in the deck. I don't know how... I think they still get the +1/+1 counters. But the thing is that if they don't have base power 0, it doesn't work with our commander. But I'm willing to put it in the deck to see how it works. Then we have Fractal Mascot. 6 mana for a 6/6 with Trample. So we start off with a Colossal Dreadmaw. When this creature enters, tap target creature an opponent controls. Put a stun counter on it. You know what? Sure, why not? Geometer's Arthropod. Whenever you cast a spell with X in its mana cost, look at the top X cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest of them on your library in random order. Sure, why not? Whoops. I keep accidentally forgetting to put them into the deck. Interdisciplinary Mascot. It's an elemental fractal. Okay, so this is a Quandrix and Prismari. It has Convoke, so you can tap creatures to pay for the generic mana cost, because it costs 8. It has Ward 3, so that's good. When Interdisciplinary Mascot enters the battlefield, look at the top 4 cards of your library. Put one of them into your hand and the rest of the bottom of your library in a random order. Sure, why not? Then we have Primo, commander of the deck. Terrafractal. This creature enters with X +1/+1 counters on it, and it's green, blue, and X. When this creature enters, you gain 2 life. Oh, what's interesting is that it's a 1/0. There we go. I like all of those. They're not great. Let's put... That is not what I meant to do. There, I just wanted them to have their own section. The 5 additional fractals. So let's look for things that care about fractals. There are 29 things that care about fractals. Let's see how many of them make it into the deck proper. This is basically kind of how I made, I already forgot what I called it. I just called it Pest Infestation. Let's see. Additive Evolution. When this enchantment enters, you get a fractal, and it gets 3 plus and plus 1 counters on it. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put a plus 1 counter on target creature you control. It gains Vigilance until end of turn. We'll maybe board it. Ambitious Augmenter. It also has Increment. When this creature dies, if it had 1 or more counters on it, it gets a fractal. And then that fractal inherits this creature's counters. Okay. Applied Geometry. Create a token that's a copy of target non-aura permanent you control, except that it's a fractal with 6 plus 1 plus 1 counters. Non-aura permanent we control. That's actually going straight into the deck. I like that. Berta. Biomathematician. When it enters, you get a fractal that's as big as all the fractals you control. Okay. Sure. Body of Research. We're going to maybe board that one. That's a big investment for something silly. The maybe board once again, just kind of acknowledging cards that could have gone into the deck, but probably won't. Dika, Fractal Theorist. Whenever you cast or copy an instant sorcery spell, you get a fractal with plus 1 plus counters equal to the mana value. Oh, and then for 4 you can make a creature token unblockable for that turn. Okay, that can go in. Mergent Sequence is going in. That's because... I should have left that other one open because I was going to copy the ramp package. Actually, yeah, let's do that. We're not going to put it in through here because we're going to copy that ramp package. Immel, already in the deck. Fractal Anomaly. That one's for cards drawn this turn. That one's just going to be in the Maber board. Fractal Harness. It's a piece of equipment that creates a fractal, and it's an X spell, so it gets that many plus and plus counters on it. And then when it attacks, you double the plus and plus counters on it. That's going in the maybe board. Fractalize. Until end of next turn, target creature becomes a fractal. With base power and toughness equal to X plus 1. It loses all other colors and creature types. It keeps all of its abilities. That's maybe board. Because I think even in these colors we can get better removal. Fractal Summoning. That just makes a fractal. That's fine. Fractal Tender. It has increment in ward 2. At the beginning of each end step, if you put a counter on this creature this turn, you get a fractal with 3 plus and plus counters on it. Sure, why not? Geometric Nexus. Whenever a player casts an instant or sorcery spell, put a number of charge counters on Geometric Nexus equal to the spell's mana value. And then you can pay 6 to make a fractal with plus 1 plus 1 counters equal to the number of counters on it. That is a maybe board card. Steward of Fate. Oh, she can make a fractal. And she has a +2 scry one, which is, and your other planeswalkers, if we were going to have them, has all of these abilities. Search your library for an instant or sorcery card that shares a color with this planeswalker. Exile that card and shuffle. You may cast that card without paying its mana cost. We'll put her in the deck. Uh, it's 3 mana, scry 1, and maybe make a fractal at some point in the future. I'm fine with that. Actually, you know what? No, I'm not. This is not good. We're maybe boarding her. Dean of Substance. She creates fractals. That is a maybe board card. I skimmed over that because that was starting to give me a headache. The backside. Study counters. Yeah, they work together, I think. And the Lattice Library. This enchantment enters with X study counters on it. It's an X spell, green, green, X. When this enchantment enters, and whenever you cast your first spell with X in its mana value each turn, you get a fractal with the number plus most counters equal to the counters on this enchantment. That goes with our, like, the X spells some of our things do, but I don't know if that's good enough by itself. Leyline Invocation. That is equal to lands you control, but it costs 6, so that is maybe a board, because I don't think that's good enough. Manifestation Sage. It enters. That's cards in your hand. Oversimplify. Exile all creatures. Each player creates a fractal with plus and plus one counters equal to the number of creatures they control that are exiled this way. That isn't maybe board nonsense. I mean, that is a clear and concise board wipe. But whoever had the reason why you cast the board wipe gets the biggest creature. That seems like not a good idea. Paradox Zone at the beginning. No, wait. Enters with a growth counter on it. At the beginning of your end step, double the number of growth counters on Paradox Zone. Then create a fractal equal to the counters. Okay, that's maybe board again. And then Primo. Sequence Engine. Exile creatures from a graveyard. And it's a graveyard, but that's maybe board. Serpentine Curve. That's instants and sorceries in your graveyard in exile. Snarl Song. Converge. Create 2 fractals. Put a plus one counter on each of them, and you gain X life, where X is the number of colors of mana spent to cast a spell. That's 2, so this is maybe board to acknowledge its existence, but it is bad for this deck. Wild Hypothesis. Surveil 2 for 1 mana. And then it's a simple X spell to get a fractal. Actually, that one's fine. Zimone All Questioning. And then we get back to the top. Then we close this, and then move you down to... That's the maybe board. There. You go down to tokens. See, and Fractal Summoning got itself put in the maybe board because there was a better one. And this one's just going to go into fractals because that's what it does. And then that also just creates a fractal. There we go. So obviously, Zimone, Infinite Analyst, and Primo could either be the commander, even though I didn't put her as alt commander. Mostly because I don't know how many X spells. Even though it's gonna be a non-zero number, obviously, because we already have a couple. Will this find what I'm talking about? Yes. Boy, the maybe board is all garbage. How many are we at? We are at 55. How many creatures? We have 14 creatures plus like 14, 15, 16 because those also make creatures. We're going over here because I want to export categories, mass disruption, ramp, and targeted well, no, not targeted removal, because I think those ones I can just get. Okay, copy, import. And then we just remove the stuff that are illegal. And then we don't need that. Niley's intervention is going over here. I'm keeping that spider because it also gets rid of creatures with flying. And then we have 8 pieces of ramp. Because I do like just putting extra lands into play if I'm playing green. And Beast Within. We'll just leave that in regular removal for now. No need to call it targeted removal. Actually, yeah, we do. Because that way when it's in removal, I know to change it. Reality Shift, Pongify, Rapid Hybridization, Aetherize. Raise the Palisade, because I realized the fractals are the star, so even returning my non-fractals to my hand is a good idea. Maybe. It is Curse of the Swine. So, Curse of the Swine goes in Mass Disruption. It's an X spell that turns creatures into pigs. Raise the Palisade is 5 mana, choose a creature type, return all creatures that are under the chosen type to their owner's hands. That could be bad for some of my stuff. But Ozolith says leaves the battlefield, so like anything with counters on it that I cared about, we get to keep those counters. There we go. And that gives us 7 pieces of Mass Disruption, which I am fine with. Only 4 pieces of target removal, but I know what else I want to put in there. And then we can get on to the rest of the creatures, honestly. I don't know if you can hear my quiet claps as I'm trying to remember something. Idol of Oblivion. Draw a card if we've created a token. Tome of Legend, so we can draw cards for our commander attacking, because our commander will attack. I don't think we're going to protect our commander with stuff in this one either. That's kind of a bit of a gamble, but it's what we do sometimes. So for the rest of our Order, CMC, T, Aura, O, Flash, O, abilities. But before that, Imprison the Moon, because it's funny. That's the one that basically turns any creature, land, or planeswalker into a wastes, because they can only tap for colorless mana. But we're also going to put in, let's see, we were at 5. Eaten by Piranhas, Fresh Start, Mystic's Wool, Noggle the Mind, not Ray of Frost, Utter Insignificance, because these are flash speed effects that removes all abilities from a creature. Ray of Frost only really works on red creatures. And anything after Summoner Utter Insignificance costs more than 2. So that's where I was keeping it. Even though I think I've used Amphibious down 4, but that was when I had a feeling I was going to storm. So that's 10 pieces of targeted disruption, or targeted removal. Mass disruption, targeted removal. I know I'm using slightly different names because I'm using targeted removal instead of targeted disruption. But I like the term targeted removal more than targeted disruption, so that's why I say it the way I say it. I don't think I ever looked through any of these. 4 mana, add 2 colorless. When you cast a spell with X, you draw a card and gain half X life rounded down. Oh, that's this turn. Oh, Brass and Finiscope? Maybe. I'm going to put that into the sideboard as a different board from the maybe board. Elementalist's Palette. Whenever you cast a spell with X and its mana cost, put 2 charge counters on this. Okay, it's something that makes our X spells better. We will sideboard that as well, just kind of as an acknowledgement of its existence. Even though sideboard isn't a real board in Commander. But it's a place on Mox Field to put cards that's separate from our maybe board. When this creature enters, return up to 1 other target creature to its owner's hand. Whenever you cast a spell with X and its mana cost, this creature can't be blocked. So it's a mana war with upsides. I like you. We just gotta, you know, put in some more X spells. Oh, good. There's only so many in this section. Owlin, Spiromancer. Whenever you cast your first spell with X and its mana cost each turn, you may copy it. New targets for the copy. Okay, yes. Paradox Surveyor. When this creature enters, look at the top 5 cards of your library. Oh, okay, so that just, yeah. And then Troyan, Gutsy Explorer. Add green-blue only for mana value 5 or greater or X spells. But you can also draw a card, discard a card. Okay, that's everything I want from there. Okay, power equals 0. Order by CMC. That has to tap to put it. Hangerback Walker is interesting, but I don't think I want this one. With X plus 1 counters on it, and oh, this one dies into drawing cards. That's colorless creatures. Now I gotta look at wording. That says combat damage. Okay. So Walking Ballista doesn't work with it. Or at least Walking Ballista's ability. Drinking more water. Reach trample protection from multicolored. That's niche card in Commander, but I'll play it. Oh, I just had a thought. The iridescent horn beetle. To create chumps, basically. Whenever you put the end of a turn, at the end of your turn, you get execute the number of +1/+1 counters you put on your stuff. Yeah. District mascot would be better if there was a better way of putting counters on it. Stuff like Feral Hydra. Like, I like but I kind of maybe want them to have abilities on them. Uh, or, yeah, like the Gold Vein Hydra. If it dies, you get treasure tokens. Hungering Hydra needs trample. It enters with X plus some counters. It can't be blocked by more than one creature. And when it's dealt damage, it gets that many +1/+1 counters on it, assuming it survives. Oh, this Goldvein Hydra being mythic, it also has Vigilance, Trample, and Haste. That is wild. Uh, Ingenious Prodigy, Skulk, enters with X +1/+1 counters on it. And then your upkeep, if it has more than one or more +1/+1 counters on it, you may remove one to draw a card. Okay, that's good. Not really a way to put more on natively, but it's a way to draw cards. Huh. The Kinetic Ooze. It enters with X +1/+1 counters on it, right? Then when it enters, it destroys up to one target artifact or enchantment with mana value X or less. If X is 5 or more, we get to draw a card. If X is 10 or more, we double the number of +1/+1 counters on any number of other target creatures. That is some niche stuff that, you know, hopefully, make all of our fractals and other Hydra and ooze-like creatures better. Bestow. Oh, Ochre Jelly. That's only really good if we plan on doubling the number of +1/+1 counters we put on stuff, which I don't plan on putting any of that into this deck. This is the one where if it dies, you get 2 copies that are half as big, and if those dies, you get each makes 2 copies that are half as big, and so on and so forth. And I think it's a rounded down. Oh no, you only get one, and it is rounded down. So eventually, you'll get one with 0, and it dies right away from state-based actions. It's cool though. Protean Hydra. Oh right, this is the thing where it's the uh, boy, that's obnoxious. So it enters with X plus multiple counters. If damage will be dealt to it, you prevent that damage, and then you put X plus multiple counters on it. Equal to that damage. And then whenever a counter is removed from the Hydra, put 2 counters on it at the beginning of the next end step. That's just more. That's just more to keep track of. I'd rather it just be a Fungusaur where it happens right away. Huh. I got bit by a mosquito more than once the other day. And I'm slowly finding all of the spots. No, Saxo Kobo starts with 0, but it's in landfall nonsense. I don't feel like dealing. I don't feel like putting in this deck. There are 16 pages of this, so I don't know how long this will take. Actually, probably until I am done. Uh, when the mana cost gets too high. Spore Cyst. It's a Tyrannid. I'm not messing with Tyrannids. Stuff with X. Whenever one or more counters are put onto a non-Hydra, this gets a plus one counter. Oh, Warp. The Warp had an X and I couldn't see it when it was further away. Once a creature leaves the battlefield, you put its counters on something else. Actually, that's pretty good. No, never mind. Genesis Hydra. When you cast this spell, reveal the top X cards of your library. You put a non-land permanent card with mana value X or less from among them onto the battlefield and shuffle it. You know what? I like that. It comes with a bonus thing, maybe. Hydroid Crisis. Oh, this is the one where you gain half X life and draw half X cards, round down. Flying Trample. Well, you know what? Flying and Trample. That's good. That's fine. And this double X is probably as far as I'm going to go. I don't know. That one can regenerate. Oh, I like this one on principle because it says amount of mana spent to cast it, and it's legendary, so it counts commander attacks. But it doesn't really do anything interesting. That has flying. That's from 40k. And, Tyrannid is full of X-Spell creatures, apparently. Or at least has at least 3. That Steelbane Hydra's activated ability is a little expensive. It costs 3 to remove a +1/+1 counter from it, to destroy an artifact or enchantment. It's another Tyrannid. Fastfoot Hydra. It distributes its counters when it dies. This one makes kicks spells better. Yeah, when you can remove 2+1/+1 counters on it to copy a kicked spell that you cast, for the record. This comes in with trample, and you can either get double +1/+1 counters or fight something. Okay, now we're at 3 mana, so I'm going to slightly change. We are 25 creatures, though. And we are at... Oh, we are at 91. Good. Oh, this goes into targeted removal. We have 10 pieces. That's good. I think the number was supposed to be 12 and 6, but, you know, whatever. I like how sideboard goes above maybe board. See, we only have... Oh, wait. We'll throw... bounce is temporary removal. So we'll put it into evasion. We'll put this one into possible finishers. Because that's what I want it to do. How many things with X do I have? Probably not as many as I would like. Goldvein Hydra went into ramp. That's funny. We probably don't have enough X spells for it to really matter. But, right, is that... Elusive Crassus is unblockable and it has Evolve. Evolve is then when a creature enters the battlefield, if its power or toughness is higher than the creature with Evolve, the evolved creature gets a +1/+1 counter. Oh, whenever a creature you control with a counter on it deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Oh, this is an interesting Tyrannid. Other creatures you control have Evolve. And then anything higher, the power is greater than 0, which is not a power that I'm interested in. When this dies, you discover X, where X equals to a toughness. That theoretically draws a card. It's like 9 p.m. on the West Coast. Right now, as I record, I don't know why it is being a blooming butthole. There we go. Okay, one more. But it's in the deck, that's fine. Oh, what was the other Evolve? Hold on, there's at least one in the deck. Increment. Whenever one or more counters are put on this creature, draw a card. When this creature enters Surveil. Okay. Well, that's everything that has those two things in them. Hey, we got our card drop to 8. And we have 5 more slots left in this deck. Oh, well, okay. I learned a new search. And I guess I don't... Yeah, I don't need creatures. How many creatures do I have in here? Type. I have 29... I have 30 total creatures. And that's not counting ones that just turn... that are spells that make creatures. That reminds me, I didn't put Nylea's Intervention in this deck. Oh, I did. It's right there. Okay. Kind of just going over these really quick. Yeah, my neck is kind of stiff, so I've been stretching it. Mildly interesting that I saw that there's only 7 pages of this. Oh yeah, this X spell, Nissa. Oh, target creature you control deals X damage equals damage equal deals damage equal to its power to each of X targets of creatures and/or planeswalkers. Uh, that uses me to no end, so that's going in the deck. Now we're at the 0 power X spells again. So scroll to top. We are at 96. I managed to put a grand total of 1 card in here, though I did like it. I thought it was neat. It's going into 8 pieces of mass disruption. I think we are going to go into our maybe board for the last 4 cards. What did the Nexus do? Oh. I only looked because it had a mana value of 2. Lattice Library. When this gem enters and whenever you cast your first spell with X, oh yeah, that, again, I don't know if we have enough X spells to justify it. The Matter Bending Mage is just a hilarious mana war with a maybe upside every now and then. Which actually means I'm probably going to take that one out. So now we have to put 5 in. Actually, I'm going to, for the last 5, I'm going to go over here, EDH Rec, and kind of laugh at what they want me to put in. Yep, we're still not putting in any of those things. Didn't put anything in that increased the number of stuff. Green spells cost 1 less to cast. Yeah, but it's also extra +1/+1 counters, I get it. Oh, whenever a player casts a spell, you may put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may move those any number of those counters. Oh, and this thing eventually gets trample. Oh, creatures with +1/+1 counters can't be blocked. That's good. Oh, you know what? The Paradox Sculptor is fine. She puts counters on stuff, and then she can put additional and then she can double the counters on something. We need 3 more, but also I'm going to go over here really quick. The new Quandrix just was instant sorcery spells have Cascade, which is fine. Enchantments. Oh, Terra Symbiosis. Whenever we put 1 or more +1 counters on, draw that many cards. I don't know if I trust myself with that. Oh, Sneak and Simic Ascendancy. At the beginning of your upkeep, if it has 20 more growth counters on it, you win the game. You can pay 1 green/blue to put a +1/+1 counter on a creature. But whenever 1 or more +1/+1 counters are put on a creature you control, you put that many growth counters on Simic Ascendancy. So, you know, you can do a sneaky win. And that's kind of my commentary on how Quandrix was in original Strixhaven, but and then Bread for the Hunt. It's a non-creature version of with a +1/+1 counter, deals you draw a card. I think we still have room for one more. Yep. Planeswalker? Nope. Not even the one. Instant. You know what? I think that will go into the main deck. Because at least it'll draw us... again, I don't know how... Whoops. Like, I have a couple of things that care about X spells, and I think those ones are fine. I don't want everything to care about an X spell. Creatures in control with plus encounters on them have reach and trample. I think I'm going to go with Sphere Grid. And can put plus one counters on my creatures that normally don't get them as long as they can trundle in through combat damage. There we go. And I already copied that over. Whoops. So that's that. So do we want to mess with Inked Up? Dang it, I always go there. Inked Up first. Oh, Secrets of Silverquill or Inked Up? Inked Up has more cards in it. Scriv, the Obligator. That is a weirdly menacing name. 4 mana for 2/3 Flying Death Touch. That is a cool looking inkling bird that is like covered in scrolls too. Whenever Scriv enters or attacks, create a white aura enchantment token named Contract, attached to target creature an opponent controls. The token has enchant creature, and whenever the enchanted creature attacks, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn if it's attacking one of your opponents. Otherwise, its controller loses 2 life. I like that a lot. It and it is 2, so that is equal to its base power. So it pecks you in the face if you attack me, or it helps you by pecking at your opponent or their creature if they block. And so the alternate commander is Killian, Decisive Mentor. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, tap up to one target creature and goad it. Goaded creatures cannot attack you, must attack, and cannot attack you unless you're the only available option. Whenever one or more creatures that are enchanted by an aura you control attack, draw a card. And then I think the next section, is Teleportation Circle and Conjurer's Closet, so we can blink Scriv to make more of those cool enchantments. More, I guess. Oh, I guess that's what all that paper that's on its wings are. Are the contracts. And then there's nothing after land, right? Yeah. So we have creatures you control with power 2 or less cannot be blocked by creatures with power 3 or greater. And our commander, and our alternate commander only have power of 2, so that's good. If an ability of a creature you control with power 2 or less triggers, it triggers an additional time. So the enchantments don't trigger additional times because they are not creatures. But that means when Scriv enters or attacks, we get 2 contracts. Panharmonicon, Roaming Throne, Elish Norn, and Gandalf the White all exist to get additional contracts when Scriv enters or attacks. So I am going to look for artifact or enchantment enters. Enchantment enters? -O, this enchantment enters. No. Ah. Okay, Archons of Sun's Grace, which gives us flying 2/2s when enchantment enters. Johnny's Chosen is very interesting. Because I think it enters and attaches to a thing, but I think with a Johnny's Chosen, we can move it from there to our 2/2 creature, which will attack as a 4/2 because we're only attacking our opponents. Let's see if the internet has answered my question. Copilot, we just wanted to entertain it for a second, just to show that no, it's absolutely not helpful. But let's see if this EDH rec deck put it in there. Yeah, so Johnny's Chosen is right there. And Archons of Sun's Grace. But I'm not going to read any further than that. Because I was only interested in if it worked. And I think I will. Okay, Boon of the... Oh, that's just a thing with Constellation. Let's see. Cacophony Unleashed. Destroys all non-enchantment creatures. That's not helpful. Because you are not an enchantment creature. Captivating Unicorn. No. White does not have the best Constellation. Or the best Eerie, for that matter. Daring Bloodsucker becomes a 4/5 with lifelink. This thing just becomes a 5/5 with lifelink and haste. No, flying and haste. Whenever this creature or another enchantment you control enters, creatures your opponents control get -1/-1 till end of turn. Not really big enough. Not really big enough for 5 mana. Intimidate, really? Okay. No. This creates a 3/1 with flying, but that's not nearly as good as Archon of Sun's Grace. Because it creates 2/2 with flyings, but they have lifelink if Archon is still out. Your opponent loses a life. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to target creature this turn. That's mildly interesting. Get a soldier. That has to do with sagas. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, you may create a token that's a copy of it. Do this only once each turn. I don't think you choose new targets for the copy. But even if you do, it would be +4/+0 or 4 life on the same thing. So I think I'm fine with that. With the Undo Spiritmancer over here. Even if they both have to go to the same creature. Because it's not like a roll token enchantment where... where you can only have one. +1/+1 counter on target creature. +1/+1 until end of turn. Objectively worse. Tap. Exile target non-enchantment permanent. Return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control at the beginning of the next end step. That's mildly interesting, but not for a 5-mana do-nothing enchantment. This thing gets bigger for each enchantment we control. Oh, but we have to pay an additional 3 for that. Each opponent discards a card. Gain 1 life. Whenever enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, surveil 2. And if this is the first time, the ability, if it's the second time, each opponent discards a card. If it's the time, put a creature card from a graveyard into the battlefield under control. Okay, nope, okay. So there's not really a whole lot. In fact, did I only put 2 things? Yeah, I put 2, nope, 3 things. Now we do want to protect our commander. And also, since we're not playing green, we're going to ramp like it's going out of style. And we get all kinds of good removal because we're in white and black. So, what do we want to do? Let's T instant O destroy target or O exile target. You can try all the things right. And then order CMC. Erode. The slightly worse and better at the same time path to exile because it doesn't exile but it hits planeswalkers. It's funny how this one cheats because the creature part is 1, but the part that actually matters for what we care about is 3. Then path to exile. The slightly better and worse erode because it exiles but it doesn't hit planeswalkers. Swords to Plowshares. Unwanted Remake. Swords to Plowshares exiles a creature and they gain life equal to its power. Unwanted Remake destroys a creature. Its controller manifests dread, which means they look at the top 2 cards of their library. One goes face down onto the battlefield as a 2/2 creature. That can be turned. That if it is a creature, it can be turned face up for at any time by paying its mana cost, and the other card goes into the graveyard. Bovine Intervention can turn a creature, artifact or creature, into a 2/2 Ox. Dire Tactics exiles a creature, but if we don't control a human, we lose life equal to its toughness. Disenchant will destroy an artifact or enchantment. Fateful Absence will get rid of a creature or planeswalker. And its controller gets a clue token, which is 2 sacrifice, draw a card. Infernal Grasp, destroy target creature, you lose 2 life. Parting Gust, give them a tapped 1/1 fish and you can exile a non-token creature. That non-token part has crawled up my rear end and given me a hard time sometimes when I really wanted to get rid of a token. But that happens sometimes. There's only I think 2 more that are going into this deck. Anguish Unwaking is 1, exile non-land permanent, you lose 3 life. Oh no, there's some more. That's right, and they're all in 3. And then 1 and 4. Emergency exit, non-land permanent, but they get a lander token, which is Rampant Growth. 2 tap, sacrifice, get a basic from your deck onto the battlefield. Generous Gift, non-land, but they get a 3/3 elephant. Stroke of Midnight, non-land permanent, but they get a 1/1 human. Exile non-land permanent that isn't a creature for 3, but if it is a creature, it costs 6. But you know, we'll still use it. Baleful Mastery, exiles for 2, but they draw a card. There was actually another one in here. And we have so many that we'll probably be cutting some. Don't know where I'm going. It's Utter End. It's exile non-land permanent, but we don't lose 3 life. Instead, we pay an additional mana over. So, yeah, that's 17 pieces of targeted removal. Let's par that down to 12. Even though they're more expensive, I do like all the ones that cost 3 or the 4 because they target non-land permanents. I'm one of those people. Boy, that looks kind of funny now that I'm looking at it. I'm the kind of one who's willing to pay a little bit extra for premium removal if it gets rid of it forever. So let's get rid of Infernal Grasp because it only gets rid of creatures. This exiles, but yeah, let's get rid of that. These cost 1, so those are fine. So let's get rid of Disenchant, Bovine Intervention, Fateful Absence. You know what? Even Parting Gust. That puts us down to 11, but I'm fine with that. Let's go down to 10, get rid of Baleful Mastery. There we go. I'm fine with that 10. For Mass Disruption, I only really have 1 for white, and that is Settle the Wreckage. That exiles all attacking creatures, and that player gets basic lands equal to all of those creatures. So it's like super Path to Exile. Only they have to be attacking you. I think I've said that before. Oh, one of my cushions is falling onto the floor, but that's fine. I actually realized I don't need it where I kind of had it, and now it's in a better, less likely to fall over spot. That was also much more necessary for it to be. Oh. Idol of Oblivion because, whoops. Oh, good. I do like how it does occasionally figure out my my typos. So, because we'll be creating tokens on our turn. Oh, and also Tome of Legends, because we do plan on attacking with our commander. Sorry, I'm just changing how I'm sitting. Or leaving. That's mildly interesting. Just trying to think what I want. I think we're going to look for other blink effects. But I don't know how many of them are in white. I think Boros Blink should still be pretty high up, right? Wisp Weaver Angel works with our commander. We really didn't have any other blink effects, did we? Oh, do we want Avatar's Wrath? No, because we kind of want them to keep their creatures so they can attack each other or lose 2 life for attacking us. Oh, that's our instep. That's not good. Thinking of our instep, that's not the good one. Each instep. There we go. Moon Reflection. So they lose 2 when they attack, and then at the end of their turn, they will lose another 2. Might help if I used. So Bloodletter of Aclazotz, if an opponent would lose life during our turn. See, that doesn't. Boon Reflection as opposed to Wound Reflection. Yeah, so there isn't really a good source. That is not a drain effect. We are not gaining life from it. It is not a drain effect. Please fix. It is a burn effect, if anything. By an aura. Each creature enchanted by an aura you control can't attack you or planeswalkers you control. At the beginning of each instep of your instep, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of auras you control. Yes. That's just kind of a piece of insurance. Now that's a drain effect, but where are they going to put it? Yep, drain. Because we gain life. In fact, I'm going to take you off of Alt Commander. I'm going to put you on the card draw. And that's whenever one or more. Right, so we only draw up to one card on our opponent's turns, which is fine. Let's see if that's its own thing. Aura you control. Whenever a creature dies, if an aura you control was attached to it, return target creature card with converted mana cost 2 or less from your graveyard to your hand. For each aura you control. Whenever an enchanted creature dies, draw a card for each aura you control that was attached to it. Actually, I like that. That's it if you cast it. I don't... Like, we're not going to put... Nope, I didn't think so. Mesa Enchantress. Yeah, that's cast. Like, we're not very deep in. We're still only 65 cards in on this deck. Oh wait, I don't think that's is. I think this is OTAG. And that probably would have worked on Enchantress as well. So we can go back to that. Do we want to Charming Prince? It only does it once. when she attacks, we can blink our guy. I don't know how good that is, but that's still a thing we can do. I'm not sure about that one actually, because she, although yeah, because she gets bigger. I don't know. I'll think on that one. I'll put it in. Think on it. Pay a mana tap to blink a thing. See, I think Flicker Wisp is why the coming back at the end of the instep is called flickering instead of blinking. Yeah, no. Blinking, yeah. No, I'm not sure about that. Oh, Far Traveler. Commander creatures you own have, at the beginning of your instep, exile up to one target creature you control, then return it to battlefield under its owner's control. Because that's when I kind of want to do my blinking. So that way I can, like, at the end of my turn, after I've attacked. Just changing how I'm sitting. Whenever a equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you can exile up to one target creature you own, then search your library for a basic land card, put both in the battlefield under your control, and shuffle. That does the blink thing after combat damage, for the record. But also ramps you, which we have not put into this deck yet. So I like the Sword of Hearth and Home for this. I feel like that's as far as I can get on the blink. I would like more different creatures just to have creatures on my side. Because I only have 10. Get the rest of my ramp. I'm going to put this over here into blink because that's my priority. Oh, what do you know? Whenever you cast. Okay. That. And we are breaking the streak because Soul Ring's going in here. It lets us cast our commander on turn 2 as long as we get 2 different colors of mana on our lands. So that's 1. Arcane Signet is 2. Charcoal Diamond is 3. Gold Steel Heart is 4. Our commander is flying, so we're going with Dowsing Dagger. Haven't done that in a while. Felwar Stone. Marble Diamond. Mind Stone. Orzhov's Signet. Soulstone, Thought Vessel, Iron Crag, Talisman of Hierarchy, and that's it. That is 13 pieces of ramp, but I think that means I will take out the Cold Steel Heart, the Charcoal Diamond, and the Marble Diamond because they come into play tapped. The Felwar Stone might not tap for our mana, but everything else comes into play untapped. We're up to 77, and I definitely want a bunch of creatures. Because we do want more, I would like more things that create auras. And maybe we can put some auras on our stuff. So I'm looking at rolls. Because while our commander only cares about the contracts, we do have some other things. This creates a Royal Roll, which gives it +1/+1 in Ward 1. And then there's a garbage creature attached to it, so I'm not really... Charmed Clothier. That's how I choose to pronounce it. It probably is just Clothier. Nah, we'll say Clothier. It's fancy. That also creates a Royal Roll for one of ours. Wicked Roll. That is... It gets +1/+1, and then if the roll goes away, it deals 1 damage to either any target or... This one doesn't explain what the Wicked Roll is. I think that's the one that... I don't know if it pings a creature or player or any target when it goes away. It might just be an opponent. When Cursed Courtier enters the battlefield, create the Curse Roll token attached to it. Cursed means it's a 1/1. Ah, enchanted creature gets +1/+1. When this aura is put into a graveyard, opponent loses 1 life. There we go. Okay, oh, that's an enchantment. Lord Skitter's Blessing. When Lord Skitter's Blessing enters the battlefield, create a Wicked Roll token attached to target creature you control. It gets the enchanted creature gets +1/+1, and when the aura leaves, each opponent loses 1 life. Okay, that's an each. And the beginning of your draw step, if you control an enchanted creature, you lose a life and draw an additional card. I think I want this one because at least so far, because this one I can blink with my myriad of blink effects for multiple royal rolls. None of my things blink permanents. You know, they'll either blink an enchantment or a creature or an artifact. But we're going to see what else. When it dies, it gets something else gets a young hero. Young hero is not very good. If its power when it attacks, its power is 3 or less. You get a +1/+1 counter on it. So it's diminishing returns. Oh wait, here we go. Spellbook Vendor. At the beginning of combat in your turn, you may pay 1. When you do, create a sorcerer roll token attached to our creature control. It gets +1/+1 and has whenever this creature attacks, scry 1. But that's repeatable roll making. Ding. Failed to save changes. Yeah. That's the second time today that... Now, I wonder if I can just sit here calmly. Which we all know I won't. Be an absolute beehole about this. Spellbook Vendor. And then we got a one more time. Spiteful Hexmage is dumb. It's a 3/2 for 1, but we have to curse one of our own guys. What is this? Because I am still like stuff I can blink isn't out of the question. When Twisted Sewer Witch enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 black creature token with this creature can't block. Then for each rat you control, create a Wicked Roll token attached to that rat. Well, that's mildly interesting, but I though if we blink her, we get more rats. I'll reload again. We're not paying an extra 2 for a sorcerer roll. And I think we'll put the Charm to Clothe the Air in here as well because it has flying. There we go. And then we are going to give this section a stupid name. They are role players. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I believe she's down in tokens. Yep, so she's going to go over here in role players. Because that amuses me. Oh, same as Spellbook Vendor. That is mildly interesting that a Johnny's Chosen can steal those curses that I have to put on my own stuff. But, like, I already have to choose my own stuff to put it on. Okay, we are up to 80. How many creatures are we up to? 13. Yeesh. Creatures. What did other people put in here? Ah. Okay, the first two things I'm like, okay. Whenever a player attacks one of your opponents, if that opponent has more life than another of your opponents, the attack player draws a card, and we put 2+1/+1 counters on a creature we control. Do we want to let our opponents to draw cards? I don't think that's this kind of deck. Killian Ink Duelist. Spells you cast that target a creature cost 2 less to cast. We are not... We're not really doing anything with that. Because I notice I didn't really put auras in this deck. In fact, I don't think I put auras in this deck. I have one piece of equipment. This would be faster. I have 3 enchantments. None of them are auras. But I do have targeted removal. It would reduce the cost of several of my pieces of removal, so it is a 10th of the deck. And it's kind of removal bait for the first time someone sees the deck. If they've not watched this show, I guess. I don't know if it's totally worth it. What do you do? Enchantment spells, you cost have an affinity for auras. That doesn't... Yeah. Oh, Kimball over here. Yeah. Although I'm going to look at the Combat Calligrapher really quick. Inklings can't attack you or planeswalkers you control. Whenever a player attacks one of your opponents, that attacking player gets a... no. That's silly. Whenever one or more tokens enter the battlefield under your control, for each of them, create a tapped token that's a copy of it. And if it's an aura, you automatically choose to attach it to something. I think I know that rule. Hydrating. And then, whenever one or more tokens enter the battlefield under your control, each one loses a life and you gain a life. That's not important. The important part is getting more auras per aura with our tokens. Oh, the original Shatterix Silverquill. Oh, Mengar the Diplomat. Yeah. We draw a card if someone attacks us with stuff, or if they cast their second spell. Oh, one or more tokens. This... Oh, yeah. Doubling tokens in this deck... I actually do like. Hold on. I was wrong about not needing my cushion where it was. Oh, Wielder of Law. What's that? Oh, that's Secrets of Strixhaven Commander. Affinity for Planeswalkers. That ain't mattering at all. Oh wait, Tomik. Isn't that Ryle's husband? Cool for him. Flying Vigilance. Whenever an opponent attacks with creatures, if two or more of those creatures are attacking you or planeswalkers you control, that opponent loses 3 life and you draw a card. Yeah. We want that. We also want Mondrak. The Exalted Sunborn. That gets us treasure. We're not going to Anointed Procession. Well, no, maybe we will for this one. I was going to say I was almost kind of done with that. Elspeth. Oh, we have one Planeswalker. We won't be making tokens with Gaia, or Kaya, sorry. But we can get double the tokens once. So that's 2 Planeswalkers. This one's only creature tokens. We are at 88. Now, I guess we are making creature tokens if we get if Elspeth comes out. And you know what? Even if those extra ones have to go into creatures we control, that's still a benefit because they get +2/+0 if they attack one of our opponents. It's fine. How many creatures are we up to? We are up to 18. Trouble in Pairs was taken off Game Changers. This is basically Mondrak, except for it makes people skip extra turns, which doesn't matter for us. But it also draws second card, attacks us, but with 2 more creatures, doesn't count Planeswalkers, and then draw second card, casting spell, attacks us with 2 more creatures, doesn't count Planeswalkers. Mangara counts Planeswalkers, though. That is mildly interesting. We're gonna want cheap forms of protection for our commander. So we are going to put on the boots. And by cheap, I'm I'm looking at cheap equip costs, not so much cheap casting cost. It's more important to me that that once the equipment is in play, that I can get it on the creature for cheap. We'll go with Mirror Shield as well. Actually, no. We're going to go with 1 or 0. First, I got to see if this works. Yes. Lightning Greaves. Okay, not that many options. But I am fine with those 3, should I draw them, because it's still random. I'm not tutoring for them, as it... 7 pieces of draw, that ain't bad. So we are at 92. Still want some number of more creatures, right? Like 7. Now we go back over here, go back here. What I like about this is that it takes off the ones that that I already put in, I think. Whenever enchantment control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put one counter on this creature. Killian I'm still kind of thinking about. The small pings from the Grim Guardian just don't feel like enough. No, we're not doing casting of auras. Whenever a player casts their second spell, you lose a life and create a treasure. Enduring Innocence. Whenever you attack with 2 more creatures, draw a card. Whenever another player attacks with 2 more creatures, they draw a card if none of those creatures attacked you. Yeah, I don't want to give my opponent stuff except for these auras. What about artifacts? Just these 2. Oh, Blade of Selves. I get it. It is expensive, but I do feel that's worth it. Because the funny thing is, they enter the battlefield, they bring out those auras, and then they immediately die. Yes, that is incredibly funny. That also reminds me of another ridiculously expensive artifact we can put in here. That is incredibly slow and people will say is bad. I'm just trying to see where it put itself. It put itself in to tokens, but I'm going to move it to copy. Helm of the Host costs 5 to play and 4 to equip. No, 4 to play and 5 to equip. But this also means that we don't have to attack with our primary Scriv. We can attack with the non legendary token copies. And also we can equip one of those non-legendary token copies on a later turn, obviously, with the Blade of Selves, because then those are not legendary either. What's funny is that I didn't think that one guy was enough, but I was thinking of putting Mirkwood bats, but like, no, if I'm not putting in that other thing, I'm not putting in the Mirkwood bats. Unless I get down to like 98. And I ran out of ideas. So, let's see about enchantments. Changing loyalty. Steals things as they die. We can go to thing. Oh, Ghostly Prison. Yeah, we should put that in here just to protect us a little bit more. Oh, Darksteel Mutation. Enchanted creature is an insect artifact creature with base power toughness 0/1 and has indestructible and loses all other abilities, card types, and creature types. I like that. So we actually have an aura in here. Nothing that makes me want to put anything that cares about auras. Oh, Sphere of Safety, because we plan on having a lot of auras, I understand. When an enchanted creature dies, return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. Return this card to the battlefield attached to that creature. Okay. Animate dead, I get it. Oh, Black Market Connections to draw more cards. And to create treasure if I need them. Boy, I'd hate to copy Phyrexian Arena, but does my thing that copies things? That's tokens. Oh, that's a May. Okay. So yeah, Phyrexian Arena, sure, why not? And then Underworld Connections. Hey, look, I have 10 pieces of card draw now. Although several it is, like what, 3 of it is very... No, 4 of it is very dependent on what our opponents do. Oh, and I guess 5. Half of it is dependent on what our opponents do. Our opponents have to attack or have a creature die. So, unreliable card draw. Oh, and that put us at 100. And then, did I already copy that? Scriv the Obligator. Yep. Inked up. I actually do really like this deck for what it's worth. Although, honestly, I liked it from the start when I was like, oh, Scriv, have our opponents want to attack other people. And then when it's down to the 1v1, it's a battle of attrition where, as long as they don't have super big stuff... Okay, so now we are on the Secrets of Silverquill, which is not my best naming job, but like I couldn't think of anything else. Here we go. We're at 2.5 hours, but I'm going to keep going. Boy, we did not get very far in this one, did we? So each instant and sorcery spell you cast has Casualty 1. Casualty 1 means you can copy that spell by sacrificing a creature with power at least 1. So we are going to want creatures, disposable creatures with power 1. And then whenever you cast a creature spell, this becomes prepared. Okay. And then it has put +1/+1 counter on target creature. That's neat, but I don't know why. It's not really... I think I put it in here just because it's a legendary creature. That's leaving. Whenever you cast a spell you don't own... Oh, yeah, we're not... Oh, but it steals from graveyard. Steals from graveyard, that's fine. Sacrifice another creature, exile target instant or sorcery spell from an opponent's graveyard. You may cast it this turn, and mana of any type can be spent to cast that spell. If that spell would be put anywhere else, exile instead. Okay. What do I want? What do I want to call that? What did that first part say that I instantly... +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. Okay. It's not grave robbing because it's not creatures. We're going to call it memory theft. Mem-ori. That is... Okay, that is the word. Okay, so we are going to want to make creature tokens. Cheap creature tokens. And we're still not going to do aristocrats drain our opponents. We're going to want creature tokens. And... Oh, I should have... Hold on. Ding. Inked up. Open a new tab. Export. Categories. Removal. And copy. And go down here and see what ended up in an section called Instant. I guess it still had that even after I moved it. because I do not see one card hanging out by itself. Import. There we go. Now we have the 11 pieces of removal, which mildly tempted to put in the ones that came out. Because we can sacrifice creatures to double them up. Oh, this is probably the one that I would have copied. Erode. There we go. But for now, more creatures per creature. Neck is still bothering me. Oh yeah, I wanted to see who the other Abigail was. And I remember we talked about her. She's the one that makes things lose abilities. And then, yeah, she's neat. Okay. Oh, Inkling. Blot out the sky. And then if it's 6 or more, we got to be careful. Destroy all non-creature, non-land permanents. We won't blot out the sky. Even if we end up only ever making 5. Because then we can sacrifice a creature and get 10. This is the Swords to Plowshares Emeritus. When this creature enters, target player creates a 1/1 white and black Inkling creature token with flying. Then, if an opponent controls more creatures than you, this creature becomes prepared. Okay. You give someone else an Inkling to hope they have more creatures than you, but I don't think that's where this deck is going. Eternal Student. Fane the Broker makes Inklings? That is mildly interesting. Fane the Broker is just a lot of setup for a whole lot of nothing. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, if it had counters on it... Okay. You get X... tapped Inklings equal number of counters that on it. Okay. We'll put her in here. No, because I don't know if we're... because, like, we got this guy, but he's not the commander. So I'm not going to rely on +1/+1 counters. Mascot Exhibition, that is ridiculous. Oh, Ink Shield. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to you this turn. For each 1 damage, you get an Inkling. Yes. Oops. That is the drawer my keyboard is on being mildly broken. Informed Inkwright. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell that targets a creature, you get an Inkling. That is just more of a reason to put in more targeted removal. We don't care about that one. We don't care about that one. We care about the Sedgemoor Witch. Whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery, you get a Pest. Whenever a non-token creature you control dies, you get a Pest. That's mildly interesting. Do we want the Blood Mage? Nah, that's just an entry effect. Not entirely sure that's worth 3. You go into tokens as well. He's only cast, not copy, but that's fine. I think we are going to go back up to 17 removal. Oh, I just remembered another card for Mass Disruption. I'm not going to fix it in the other one, but I'm going to put it in here. It's Heliod's Intervention for destroying a bunch of artifacts and enchantments. Let's see. And rather than look for them, I'm going to open that other deck again. Oh, maybe there is something I'd want to take out for that. Actually, I don't think there is. I am going to look really quick. No, I'm fine. I'm fine. But I am going to go up here. I'm going to go up here. Go to deck history. Added remove cards because they're all right in a row. There it is. Baleful Mastery, Parting Gust, Fateful Adsfins, Divine Infinite, blah blah blah. Dire Tactics, and Infernal Grasp. Oh, and I didn't open it in a new tab. So Baleful Mastery, and then everything else was a mana value 2 instant. Bovine. Bitter Triumph. Dire Tactics, Disenchant. Fateful Ascents. Oh, Artifact, Enchantment, or Planeswalker Fracture. Artifact, Enchantment, or Planeswalker, 2 map tokens. All of those would have been removed from the other deck anyway. Infernal Grasp. Parting Gust, and I think that was the last one. But we continue looking because I am often wrong. But this time I was not. Okay. 23 pieces of removal. Two of them are Mass Disruption. Heliod's and Settle the Wreckage. But with our commander in play and stuff to sacrifice, okay, I was looking for Inklings at first because of theme, then Pest because I remember Sedgemoor Witch would be really good for this. But now we're just gonna... I think we will Idol of Oblivion. Because I think even though our commander doesn't do it, I do plan on making tokens. So I am going to Kimball. That how it was pronounced. Was he the Profiteering Mayor? Yes. Just in case someone else is playing making creature tokens, I want to make them. I'm going to put in that one Elspeth, but not any of the other token doublers. I believe it's the Storm Slayer. Yes. Because she can create 2 soldiers. And can come out the turn after we play Silverquill, even though that means we're not playing instants and sorceries just yet. I wonder if doubling Ink Shield gets us twice as many. And of course I need to open Inked Up again because there's another section I forgot. Copy card names. We don't need the Sphere of Safety, but we are going to grab everything else from that section. And then also the ramp. And while we're here, we're going to grab a bunch of the stuff from card draw, but not everything. There, and that's really the last thing we're grabbing from there, because we don't need to blink anything. Let's see. Idol of Oblivion is later in the deck. I don't know how often we're going to attack with our commander, so we're not Tome of Legendsing. We don't need Decisive Mentor. We don't need... No, Tomek is on that same list. Yes, okay. might have a duplicate. Nope, I didn't already have black market connections in there. Which definitely goes in because it creates a 3. So that puts us at 90. How many concrete creatures do we have? 7? That is not good enough. That is incredibly not good enough. So everything else we put in here probably should be creatures. In fact, I think I'm going to dump the arena and the connections. Oh, I don't need this hateful eidolon. But that does give us 13 spots. But now we're down to 6 creatures. Not counting stuff that makes creatures, obviously. I'm going to hit over here to see if there's anything in the creature section. Oh, the Ophiomancer. Yeah, because we can always sacrifice those snakes. Whenever a creature we control dies, we get a treasure token. Actually, yes, I actually really want that. Morbid Opportunist. That's only once a turn, but it does draw us another card. Bitterbloom Bearer. Yeah. It's going to eat at our life total, but that's fine. I understand the welcoming vampires and all that, but I'm not doing that. Oh, Elinda the Dusk Rose dies into small creatures. Jadar makes makes little garbage creatures every turn. Felice gets us more tokens for tokens. It's just a different type of token. She probably could have gone in the other deck, but I don't know what I would have put in for that. Solemn is something we can cast and then have it to get a land out and then sacrifice it to copy a spell. Sure. Actually, no. Oh, pay 1 life, sacrifice another creature, create a treasure token. Sure. That put us at 95. I am a big fan of where we're going. We can probably put in slightly more expensive pieces of protection. We're going to move you from by yourself to over here with the other tokens. pretend memory. This is card draw. And I want to pretend, hide this guy in tokens. Oh, actually, where are you? The Soul Traders would go into ramp. Oh, we don't need Dowsing Dagger in this. No, he flies and has Vigilance, so never mind. Never mind. If your commander flies or has some other form of really good evasion, Dowsing Dagger. Wow. As a reminder, just because I just realized, when Dowsing Dagger enters the battlefield, target opponent gets 2/02 green flank creature tokens with Defender, which is why you want a creature with flying on your side of the field. Whenever a equipped creature gets +2/+1, whenever equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, you may transform Dowsing Dagger. Flip. Add 3 mana. It turns into a land that is basically a Lotus Veil. It says Lost Veil. But, you know, add 3 mana of any one color to your mana pool. So, yeah. I mean, you can keep it on its front side for that extra 2 damage. And 1 toughness, but, you know. How are we on creatures now? We're at 14. I'm still not happy with that. Even if we have more ways to make creatures, I still want to draw them. So what I'm going to do is this. Skull Clamp. I don't know how many of our creatures are actually going to be 1/1s. Well, okay, so there's 2 1s with the inks. 2/2, 1/1, 1/1, 1/1s, 1/1s, 1/1s. Okay, yeah. Skull Clamp is fine. But then we go back to, whoops, then we go back to creature. Oh, no, or do I do this and then go over here? There, because it gets rid of the ones that are already in the deck. Oh, whenever an artifact or creature enters the battlefield under an opponent's control, they may tap that permanent. If they don't, we get a white vampire with lifelink. Yes, I like that. Oh. Yeah, these things. Does that say this creature? Return this card. Oh. Return this card from your graveyard. Wow. So if we attacked, we get this one. If a non-skeleton died, we get this one. So these are cheap to initially get out, but slightly more expensive to get out afterwards. That's Oh, whenever you commit a crime. That's easy. That costs 3. You know what? Actually, yes. So we can use it to commit a bunch of crimes as long as we have the mana. That's landfall. That's escape, technically. So there's the reassembling skeletons. Nope, that's it. That was at 2. I think I'm just being more picky. That's why I'm not finding more. Oh, we are at 101. What do I want to remove? You know what? Actually, the reassembling skeleton, just because it costs 1 more to get into play initially. The Forsaken Miner, of course, is the best one if we have a handful of instants and sorceries to cast. We probably would have wanted... How many instants and sorceries do we have in the deck total? 23 instants and 1 sorcery, so 24. That could have been better. I think, but we only have 18 creatures. So this is another one. Whoops, actually wait. This is another one of the ones where I would ask the audience, what would you take out and what would you put in to like have a couple of more instants and sorceries in here. Like we're at 24, but like maybe we want to go to like 25, 30. And if there's other instant and sorcery spells you would cast other than being a removal jerk, that's also a thing you can put in the comments. Would you remove things like Pitiless Plunderer that only create treasure tokens? You know, all opinions are valid, and since I have very few followers, I will read them. 100%. And I know we are at 3 hours, but I have one more, and I don't want to wait for another episode to muddle the mixture. Control C. Oops, nope. There we go. That saves it. So, Muddle, the ever-changing. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, okay, Muddle becomes a copy of up to 1 target non-legendary creature you control until end of turn, except it has Myriad. And that's until Until end of turn. Okay. So it will turn back into itself. That was a part that... And it says cast. They don't care about copying anymore in new Strixhaven. Rutha, mastering the moment. At the beginning of combat on your turn, if you've cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, create an XX blue and red elemental creature token with flying and haste, where X is the greatest mana value among instant sorcery spells you cast this turn. And she gets to keep them. They don't go away. And then all that we have left is lands. So it's kind of a matter of what kind of instants and sorceries we want in here, what kind of non-legendary creatures we want to copy. Do we want to put in things here that turn legendary creatures into non-legendary creatures? Yes, actually, I do want Helm of the Host. I don't care. Even if it gets, it only ever gets us more Muddles. Because it could get us more Ruthas. And you go into tokens. Oh, we already have a tokens category. We just have to move it there. Tokens. There we go. Lord help me. with the internet in general, I guess. I actually don't know if doing this helps at all. Or if me trying is just wasting enough time for it to come back on its own. Reality Shift. I really hope that's the card that went into that other deck. Someone tell me if I messed up. Reality Shift, exiles target creature controllers manifests the top card of their library. It just goes face down as a 2/2 creature. If it's a creature, they can turn it face up for its mana cost at any time. Just getting my removal in place. You'll recognize these. It's Pongify, Rapid Hybridization, Mizzium Mortars, Reality Shift, Delayed Last Fireball, Aetherize, and Aether Spout so far. The Aether ones return stuff to attacking creatures to either hand, in the case of eyes, and in the case of spouts, they go to the top or bottom of their owner's library. Owner's choice. Pongify and Rapid Hybridization, 1 mana destroy creature. One of them gives them a beast and an ape, and the other one gives them a frog lizard. Delayed Blast Fireball deals 2 damage to each opponent and each creature they control, unless you foretell it, which that's paste it face down and exile for 2 generic, and then cast it on a later turn for 4 generic and 2 red, and then it does 5 damage instead of 2. Mizzium Mortars deals 4 damage to target creature you don't control, or for 3 and 3 red, it's 4 damage to all creatures you don't control. Now the nice thing is that Muddle doesn't care about casting a lot of spells. He just kind of cares about casting a spell a turn, unless we were smart enough to have some kind of thing set up where we have Muddle turn into one thing, cast a spell, we cast a spell, have Muddle turn into one thing, cast a spell. Well, no, it's until end of turn, so you can't change again. Yeah, so we only really need to cast 1 spell a turn. 1 instant and sorcery, but we still want a nice selection of like either cheap or impactful spells that we can have Muddle turn into stuff. Like he'll have Myriad, which only matters on our turn, but on other turns we can have him like turn into a big blocker, even though because he's at 3/3, but we can make him into something bigger. So if we cast like a cheap spell during someone else's turn, so we're going to want a lot of instants. More instants than sorceries. See, and I don't think we have any token doublers in these colors, so we're not going to worry about that. Well, I guess we called it Secrets of Silverquill because Secrets of Strixhaven was the name of the set. There we go. We have eventually deciphered my naming convention. I just realized something. I want to go here. Yep, I had a feeling. Control C, I. Super long name. Whoops. Sorry, I don't have that kind of money. You are very easy to click. They used to make it to where you could remove the bottom one, but sneaky of them to remove that X. My go-to removal and sorcery, or removals for this are those enchantments with those auras that take away stuff's abilities, and I think I still will use them. Imprisoned in the Moon, we're a fan. And then like, oh, Flash T Aura abilities MV equal to Piranhas, Fresh Start, Mystic Subdual, Noggle the Mind, and Utter Insignificance. There. That's 9 pieces of removal. Not good enough technically, but that's just where it is. I could put in the 1 mana bounce instance. Yeah, let's do those. In addition, for the stuff, for the stuff that we don't mind if they cast it again, or if we're just like messing up someone's tempo. Oh, duh, this part. Haha. There we go. So, bounce off, Chain of Vapor, Fading Hope, into the Flood Maw, Vapor Snag, Unsummon, String of Disappearances, Stern Dismissal. There we go. Apparently when I need to cast a lot of instant and sorcery spells, I just become infinitely more annoying. So that's 21 incidents and sorceries. I still kind of want more, but let's see what kind of card draw spells or something that they're going to tell me that I want to put in. Oh, right. Those. Okay. Do we want to be these people? I think we do. I need to retape this. Oh well. Minus is permanent order CMC. Wild Magic Surge. Chaos Warp. Gotta skip past all of these blue things. Okay. I'm only looking for red cards. Guff rewrites history. There's like one more, and I don't 100% remember its name, but it looks like I'm not going to find it. Unless it costs 3 mana. There it is, Transforming Flourish. Though honestly, with those, maybe I get rid of. You know what? Yeah, let's get rid of these auras. Go by type. Yes. Even imprisoned on the moon. You know what? Yeah, let's live dangerously. 18 instants and 1 sorcery. So we, which means I think I was counting some of my auras as instants because I forgot that they were there. We're going to throw in Mizzix Mastery because that is funny as heck. They call it recursion, but I'm going to call it Hanabi. I think that's how that's spelled. Really, just goes right for the card game, huh? Hanabi. Fireworks festival thingy. Ding. So that's 20. Although actually this one isn't really necessary. Actually, yeah, no. That one isn't necessary. This isn't Storm. We're not storming. Yeah, card draw spells. But better ones than this, I think. What's that one? Stock up. Look at the top 5 cards of your library. Put 2 of them into your hand, the rest in the bottom of your library in random order. Sure. T instant O-tag draw. Correct letter over there. Oh, and I should also order CMC. I just had a thought. But that'll be when I get to the that's what I thought. Harmonized Trio Brainstorm. I'm going to look into cards with Prepared for this. Because I know the stuff with Adventure I don't care as much. I don't think we're going to do anything like Opt. I think we're going to do more card for card than stuff like Opt. Like, maybe a cantrip is fine, but I don't know. See, I'm not entirely sure what I am looking for because I am bad at drawing cards. I'm bad at drawing cards because I don't like discarding cards. I think that's my problem. has cycling, so it got O-tagged draw. Some of these have O-tag draw, even though they don't necessarily make you draw a card. It's mildly interesting. And also, impulsive draw isn't being counted. The exile from the top of your deck. You can play it for X amount of time. I noticed that because I know where some would be in the alphabet, and I haven't seen them. Yeah, look at me being actively bad at drawing cards. Oh, that's an adventure. Okay. Oh, I see. See, they put when it's an adventure, it's on this side or an omen, and I think prepared are all on the other side. Yeah, scroll to top. How about some sorceries? Blasphemous Act. Ponder. Ponder and Preordain, where you can look before you draw. And you look a lot more than you do with Opt. Mana Geyser. Oh, actually, that's what I want. Vile Duplication. It's a sorcery that we can make a copy of our commander. And then we search for those exact words. Let's see. Clone Legion is fun. 9 mana, though. And you only get a token copy of each creature target player controls. So someone has to have something good. This is in alphabetical order, so I'm not... There. There it is, Quantum Misalignment. It costs more, but it casts itself again on your next turn. Those are the two that make the token non-legendary, and that's what's important. So we go back to categories. 18 instants and 4 sorcery, so that's 22. I think I'm going to put both Ponder and Preordain because they don't... you know, because they can be cheap little things that I can turn my guy into something. Basically, the creatures I plan on having are going to be bigger, you know. So it's like, oh, deal damage. Oh, but I can also turn it into something that's indestructible until end of turn. You know what I mean? Okay, so that's 24. See that those are a lot of these are less good with Rutha, and I also just remembered another thing. Curse of the Swine. There, we're at 25. That's maybe good enough. Well, let's go to 23. Because I'm going to be a bad person and get rid of all 3 of these. And just be bad at card draw. Oh, prepared. So we're going to see what kind of prepared creatures, because we can cast, because these are instants and sorceries being cast. Bibliopex Tomekeeper is funny because I see that when it enters, it can either prepare another creature or unprepare a creature. That's pretty gnarly. Like, it costs 4 mana though for this 3/4, but that's funny. Especially if you can copy it with Helm of the Host and you have a bunch of these other ones out. Or if you have something that just has an annoying prepare. You know what? There are 20 things in this section, and I'm going to put them all in here. What are we at? We are at 62. We can do that. And then we'll still have room for ramp, which I see I have none of. So let's do that. But let's just go over all of them. Biblioplex Tomekeeper. 4 mana for a 3/4 construct. When this creature enters, choose up to 1. Target creature becomes prepared. Only creatures with prepare spells can become prepared. Target creature becomes unprepared. It's awesome. Blazing Fire Singer. 3 mana for a 2/3. It enters prepared. And then for another 3 mana at instant speed, you can add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red mana to your mana pool. Sure, why not? Oh, we can also have our Muddle become a copy of these prepared creatures and then do the thing that prepares them. What is this? Campus Composer. Ward, 4 mana for a 3/4. Merfolk Bard. Ward 2, enters prepared, and then you can pay 5 mana for a 3/3 blue and red elemental creature token with flying. Not the greatest, but hey, we don't care. We're doing it. Durger Focus Mage. Oh, that's a type of Djinn. 3 mana for a 1/4. Instant and sorcery spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. Well, hey, look at that. We have one of those mana reducers. that also does anything else. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell with mana value fire graveyard from your hand, this becomes prepared. And then, oh, it casts classic spell Brain Geyser. 2 blue and X to target player draws X cards. Sure, why not? I don't know how often we'll Brain Geyser, but you know. Whoops, I almost forgot to put it in. Emeritus of Conflict. Whenever you cast your 3rd spell each turn, this creature becomes prepared. So this one definitely wants us to storm off. 2 mana for a 2/2 with first strike. Great. And then it has Lightning Bolt. So 3 damage to any target. Nice. We love it. Emeritus of Ideation. 5 mana for a 5/5 with flying and ward 2. This creature enters prepared. Whenever this creature attacks, you may exile 8 cards from your graveyard. If you do, this creature becomes prepared. And then its prepared spell is Power 9, second most favorite card of anyone's in the Power 9. First, people will say Black Lotus just because it's the classic. But Ancestral Recall, 1 mana to draw 3 cards, target player, so you can mill someone out with that. Sure, going in. Encouraging Aviator, 3 mana for a 2/3, Bird Wizard. Flying. Whenever this creature attacks, it becomes prepared. Nice. But its spell is Jump. Target creature gains flying until end of turn. Still. Almost forgot to do that. We're going to have to double check when we're done. Goblin Glasswright, 2 mana for a 2/2. This creature enters prepared. Craft with Pride, sorcery, pay 1 red to create a treasure token. Basically banking your mana for a future turn. Why not? We'll do that. Don't care. These are great. Harmonized Trio, that's the Brainstorm one. Tap 2 untap creatures you control to prepare this one. So it says a trio, but technically it's only this one guy. He has to find 2 people to harmonize with before you can Brainstorm. Which is draw 3 cards, then put 2 cards from your hand on top of your library in any order. Inspired Sky Painter. That is a mess to look at, but that is a Lizard Wizard. 2 mana for a 2/2 with flying. When this creature enters, and whenever 1 or more creature tokens you control deal combat damage to a player, this creature becomes prepared. Okay. Maestro's Gift, 3 blue-red. Create a token that's a copy of target creature you control. That token gains haste until end of turn. Nito Esquito. The Steward of Fate, that creates a fractal, as you might remember. She draws 2 and then discards 2. Not a fan of that, but hey. We're feeling this deck full of stuff, so. Landscape Painter, 2 mana for a 2/1, enters prepared. And, oh, this is draft garbage. 5 mana, draw 2 cards. Vibrant Idea, it's going in the deck. Maelstrom Artisan, 3 mana, 3/2 with haste, enters prepared. Oh, and it has Rocket Volley to destroy non-basic lands. That could theoretically be important at higher brackets. But I don't think that card is necessarily good enough. 5 mana, destroy a non-basic land. Leaves a 3/2 behind with haste. Taman Lore Spinner, 3 mana for a 3/3. At the beginning of your upkeep, if a player has 1 or fewer cards in hand, this creature becomes prepared. Oh, this one's Wheel of Fortune. Ask permission before you cast Wheel of Fortune. That's just polite. Because that makes all of our opponents discard, and you know I'm not down with that. But it's going in the deck, against my own code, but that's the one where I go, who wants the Wheel of Fortune? No? Okay, we won't. Pigment Wrangler, 5 mana for a 4/4 with flying. Enters prepared. Striking Palette. Okay. When you next cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell. New targets for the copy. Nice. Sanar Unfinished Genius. 2 mana for an 0/4. Enters prepared. Tap, create a treasure token. Activate only if you've cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn. And it has Wild Idea. 3 blue-red. Search your library for an instant or sorcery card reveal to put in your hand and shuffle. Well, that's fine because it's not going to win us a game, probably. Sky Coach Conductor. 3 mana for a 2/3. Flash, Flying Vigilance. Enters prepared. All aboard. Exile target non-pilot creature you control, then return that card to the battlefield under its owner's control. And that's an instant, so that you can save something. Sky Coach Waypoint? Oh, it's just a land that we can prepare a creature. Sure, why not? We have 38 lands in this deck. Spellbook Seeker. 4 mana for a 3/3 flying. Enters prepared. Draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards. Sure, why not? Gotta be careful with the ones that are sorceries, because it means that actually, I don't know what that means. Well, if they enter prepared, it's fine. Because I think you have a chance to cast them. Just the instant ones, you definitely have a better chance to cast them. Strife. Oh, if they enter, and that triggers an ability that goes on the stack, then your opponents have a chance to use instant speed removal before you can cast your prepared spell. There we go. Strife Scholar, 3 mana for a 3/2. Board, pay 2 life. This creature enters prepared. And then you can pay 6 mana to create some 2/2s. 2/2s. Garbage Draft, common, goes in the deck. And then we're back up to the Bibliplex Tomekeeper. And I managed to get all 20 cards. First try. We're at 82. Oh, what's nice is that I think... Oh, that's right. It was 19 creatures and 1 land. We're going to call this section Be Prepared. Be prepared. I saw someone else talking about The Lion King on YouTube. And, yeah, no, that is a really good movie. The original. Actually, we're going to put the land over there, too. Just to point out that I don't exactly count it as a land. 4 pieces mass disruption, but 16 pieces of targeted removal. I think I am going to remove... all of the bounce. And see where we go. guff goes into mass disruption. Though that does leave me with a lot fewer technically than I would like. But all the prepared things, thank you for knowing what I meant. The Blade of Selves, they give Muddle a second case of Myriad. And the ones that entered prepared are good as long as we have... that was a bad example because this one doesn't enter prepared. Neither does that one. The ones that enter prepared, that one has a bad spellcast on it, but at least like they can enter, and then if we have mana, we will have an opportunity to cast their prepared spells up to however many times the myriads. That's another one. Well, Striking Palette and then an actual spell after that. Enters prepared. There we go. We can draw a bunch of cards with multiple ancestral recalls. There we go. And it's a 5/5. That's better than the 3/3 it started off as. Let's get our we have some ramp in our prepared section, sort of, but let's get our artifact ramp. The Signet, and Soul Ring. Actually, I don't think we need those. Felmar Stone. Is it Signet? Mind Stone. Forgot to say non-creature. Tablet of Talisman of Creativity, Iron Crag, Thought Vessel. Eight pieces of ramp at that level. A lot of our deck is really cheap, so I don't know if we actually need all that much ramp. We probably don't need, technically we probably don't need a whole lot more creatures, because that's 18, oh yeah, that's like 18 creatures, right? 18, 19, 20 total. Yep, then our commander. We'll see what else cares about an instant or sorcery spell. Okay, no. That's wizards, that don't matter. Cast an instant or a sorcery spell. Cast or copy an instant or sorcery spell, draw a card. One more, but they also cost one less, which matters for a non-zero number of our spells. There are a bunch where it doesn't matter, but a non-zero number, like these ridiculous things. But we don't want to fill up on those. At least this is like a 3/6. You don't lose unspent red mana. Discard a card, draw a card. Whenever casting an instant or sorcery spell, creatures you control get +1/+0 and trample until end of turn. Oh, Charmbreaker Devils to get them back. A random one from our graveyard back into our hand. Dika would be making some very tiny fractals in this deck. We're not doing the pingers either. I put an or, so those ones that say and, like Goblin Electromancer, won't show up. What is this one? Oh, that's mildly interesting. I don't... but that... Actually, that doesn't really help. The Goliath Daydreamer. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell from your hand, exile that card with a dream counter on it instead of putting it in your graveyard as it resolves. Whenever this creature attacks, you may cast one spell from among cards you own and exile with dream counters on them without paying its mana cost. That doesn't help our commander. Once each turn, you may cast an instant or sorcery spell from the top of your library. Although other things that let us cast from the top of our library would probably be good too. look up both of the Go-Go's, but I don't think either of them go in this deck. I've now lost all track in my brain of what kind of things I'm looking for. Do I want the ones that create tokens? What am I looking for? Geez, you cost 7. You are completely ridiculous. Zaphi and the Tempests. And I don't have anything in my deck that is. That is worth making it free, honestly. Yeah, that's copied. This Go-Go, though, turns at the beginning of combat, meaning that before we attack, we can still cast a spell. Yeah, let's throw in this Go-Go. Go. Doesn't take into account that there's a comma in his space. What are we at? We had 88. Okay. Spark Double. Enters as a copy of something, except it isn't legendary. And if it's a creature, it gets an additional +1/+1 counter. And if it's a planeswalker, it gets an additional loyalty counter. Oh, the Vile Duplication gives it flying as well. I was wondering where that was. It was on that spell. From the top of your library. Store clans and historic spells, that doesn't help us. Merfolk spells, that doesn't help us. We can plot the top card of our library. You know what? Because at least that'll put The problem is that the plot cost is equal to its mana value. Like, we're not looking to storm off, though. That would just be using mana to get stuff out of the way off the top of our deck. I might as well just cast them. Spider spells. Magus of the Future Sight. Melek Izek Paragon costs 6. Oh, but it does copy. It's artifact spells. The reality chip is like Future Sight, but the mana cost is split up into 2. And it actually has fewer blue pips necessary. There are other things, but the ones that I can think of, I don't want in this deck. Put you into draw instead of copy, because that's the part I care about more. "28 creatures. Some of them are actually worth changing into. Like anything with a better stat line. Those were not great examples. Charmbreaker Devil isn't great because that's upkeep, but it gets our instants and sorceries back. But there were some things in here. Ideation, it's a 5/5 instead. I don't think there's anything that's going to have a better stat line in here. So we probably should just, at this point, just look for something big. Let's steal ideas. Yeah, we're almost done, guys. Let us do the thing. There we go. Oh, I didn't have to refresh the page a billion times. Oh, whenever you cast or copy an instant or sorcery, you create a treasure. I'm down for that. Prowess? Nah, we're not making that many. We're not doing that much. Terror of the Peaks? Terror of the Peaks is definitely better with Rutha. But if it's till... Okay, I can see where that can be good. Because you get multiple Terror of the Peaks, and then in your second main, you cast your creatures. Yes, so I like that. Gold Dust Triad, because multiple instances of Myriad all trigger separately, as far as I know. Oh, Curiosity Crafter. Whenever a creature you control, or a creature token you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. I understand you now. I forgot Myriad. When there's also why Professional Facebreaker might be good. What are we at? We're at 94. We can have 6 more. I'm looking at the Fire Dancer because when Muddle copies, he takes the name, and that also reminds me of another thing I want this deck. Oh, Twin Flame Tyrant, another fun thing to turn into. Oh wait, Terror of the Peaks would also notice on the Myriad, because I think they would notice each other entering. They don't notice themselves because it says another. But I think they would notice each other when they all enter at the same time. See, I'm not entirely dumb. The Fire Dancer creates... At the beginning of combat on your turn, create X tokens that are copies of another target creature you control, where X is 1 plus the number of instant and or sorcery spells you've cast this turn. They gain haste, but then they go away. Oh, Trumpeting Carnosaur because of the Discover. Yep, I get it. I understand. I think we'll probably need the Curiosity Crafter for a bit more card draw. Wait a minute, this thing just said something interesting. Whenever this creature attacks, for each creature token you control that entered this turn, create a tapped and attacking token that's a copy of that token at the beginning and sacrifice those tokens. So, that's where you have to order your triggers to where the Myriad happens first, and then this happens, so that's good. Yeah. 99, one more. So you call that burn. But you call that removal, but I'd call that burn, so I'm going to move you. put you down in tokens. Enchantments, Enduring Curiosity, no. Artifacts. Oh, I did not do anything to protect any of my stuff. That's fine. We'll live dangerously. No planeswalkers. You notice how EDH Rec doesn't have battles because nobody cares enough about battles. Oh, duh. I was thinking about this and then saying nah. But when it enters, you get an instant or sorcery card back from your graveyard to your hand. Yes, of course. That's the 100th card. And yeah, that's all for the secrets of Strixhaven. Next week, I don't have any new plans. So that's probably going to go... I mean, I'm going to start doing stuff from in here. But let me move these to past episodes. So I could either start talking about typal stuff or start talking about Doctor Who stuff. Thankfully, I have a lot in both sections. Hopefully enough to last me until the next set comes out. Whew. I would like to take requests, but don't expect much out of me. I'll do the requests once especially once I start running out of stuff that I have pre-made. But yeah, don't expect great decks out of me. Only request me to do stuff if you actually like the sound of my voice and listening to my show. Anyway, see y'all next time.